podcast. I've just been diving into green screen and all my drawings, lighting. So I've always wanted to do, and I've been writing music. So on different parts, on the big project for me, for the house, it's just to make videos of songs I like. So we've been going down the list, trying to figure out what I want to do. And naturally, you guys announced send videos, and that's all I do now. It's like a part-time job now. You guys are the best. I would say I'm pretty close to super fan. And yeah, you guys kept it up, though.
You feel so good at that, man. I mean, that's incredible for someone that just started doing that to do a submission like that here. And it was only for about a half a second because I'm a very, very smart older human, but you keep getting me. Like, I'm like, no, we can't get away with this guy. Because it that's like somewhat of a possibility. There's a chance that perhaps an astronaut. I guarantee if there's any astronauts that listen to the podcast, I guarantee Rogan would be one of them. And maybe there's a trickle down effect there. The Rogan family, they're doing a lot of great stuff. Yeah, you had a really good, like, very believable. Like, I couldn't see that. The lines, your lighting was perfect and everything like that.
Irony. Oh, you said irony. Yeah, I have times for that, and it's just being tricky with the lighting and everything. But I suggest everybody does to just turn on green screen stuff. You got those
Great screen.
Yeah.
I got all these videos for the show. You told me that one of the submissions was super nerdy, and I just can't wait to see that one.
It's interesting to me. One thing that you said here really stood out, which is you said that you dived into writing a lot, which I find interesting. And it's I found in a lot of conversations with people throughout this. Again, I just started writing. I just really wanted to do that, and it's interesting because all the people that haven't done a lot of stuff are now writing like maniacs at this time, and all the people with experience that have been doing it forever are at a complete blockade. Like, I can write roast jokes and I can write screenplays or show ideas or more jokes, but when it comes to like stand-up comedy, my process is starting with the simplest, shortest form of the idea, trying that on stage, and then writing, bagging that from on stage. So I literally almost have completely nothing compared to things that I have to try, but nothing that I believe in whatsoever at all until I try it, because that's too my process.
that's what is so. It's amazingly scary. I mean, just emailing a simple video was like, so I'm enjoying.
I got offered to do a spot this week at a real comedy club. I was thinking, is it possible to do video events anymore? Because it seems like you have to talk about what's going on now. You can't just be like, I'm just going to act like everything's normal. It's weird. I kind of want to try it because I haven't been writing. But also, it feels like everybody's, all the comments, I just want to know if all the comics are just people just talking about the same shit. And then you're just going to be like, this is.
Be a distraction from that.
Yeah.
I just want to skate, man.
At least you don't give that up. So, Drew, what were you doing for work before all of this started?
So I'm a stagehand on Broadway, backstage, and I've been in theater since college, so since about 1990. I've mostly done construction, backstage work, and backstage prep for regional theater around the St. Louis area. I work at both theaters. I work and you've been here for 16 years.
You work on any big Broadway productions that we would know about?
Book of Mormon.
Hey, that's been a while. How long have you been working on that?
3.5 years, so we had a small talk about that when I went on the show last summer.
Yeah, because we found out that Tony was up for the main guy.
Point.
so he was just asking, and I decided to, and you guys, I was
Submitting it to, we're gonna put him on the auto roll. However much longer of these because of him, my elbow, and the other guy. What about another guy? Royal. The other guy right now. But anyway, but make sure you're patient, stay creative. Don't just rush it. We don't want to just see you in another music video. Okay, alright. I like your style, Drew. Thank you so much for your submission. It's so cool. Stay in touch. SoundCloud. For those of you that like his song, go follow him on SoundCloud, which reminds me when we're talking about music. Now is a great time to make sure that if you're on Spotify, subscribe to Kill Tony on Spotify. You used to. Yes. You used to already submit if you're going to forward anything and if you subscribe now on Spotify, you might get ahead of the curve. Also, make sure that you go to YouTube. Right there, we're so close to 100,000 followers on YouTube. It's crazy. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your next submission comes from a young lady named Cassidy Weegar. Cassidy Weegar, here we go. Guys first, I'm going to warm some come all over himself and handle twice or to go showers and stand there to be the right shoes today. This leads to workshops and different practicing. It was of necessary somewhat boyfriend student followed by video. Now, video Does he not want you to work because maybe he's afraid you'll meet someone there or something? No, you see, that's a little. That's a good. You know what? Oh, okay. All right, good. I don't want to get you all beat up over there. I know those guys in Calgary. Hello, I don't know my baby. Oh my God. He said, on a bagel. He said, okay. So, Cassidy, you said that you would freeze your husband, keep him next to your bed. Why did you do that? Well, so I am going to find another old guy and John Dance place. And he told me that I didn't do that. I mean, that's it. Why? If you have to get a job with you.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you will like to it like that kid.
That's
I'm sorry.
He thinks the most Canadian thing about you. The amount of vitamin D you have running through your veins right now. Very little. No white. Northwest Parties. Are you looking at bears around where you live? See them all? Well, I think it's bear the other day. Wow, that would qualify as exactly what I'm talking about. 100%. Seriously, they're doing. She's talking to me like I'm in a different. We don't see people ever see them in like. They've been really positive. They've been open.
It wasn't no bear. It almost buried.
That's true. That's why it's called bear. Do you have any? Yogi Bear, they just got that up there, didn't they? Any pets? Any animals there? Yeah, I've got 2 dogs. What are their names?
Can we say Nacho?
Are they around? Or Nacho in another room? Okay. They do. That's why you get a Canadian dog.
Oh my God, they're out there.
I don't know. Oh my God.
Wow, dogs hate.
They're stay-at-home dogs. Here, Cassidy, what's an incredible fun fact that would shock us about you or your life? Some skill or challenge or story or something or traumatic experience that has happened to you at some point or something compelling? Traumatic experience, essentially. We were working at the bar, I was toilet paper, and I looked in on my clients, like hair dryer, I know with the cat dryer. Why would she do that? Because they didn't have one so. Oh my gosh. I got you. Hair drying. Yeah, that's like getting me at 9/11 right there. That's like the biggest story. And going to your night right now, they're doing a paper up at the bar on Main Street. And the lady had hair dryer behind her.
What would happen if, like, if you got made a good seal on the vagina and the pussy lips and, like, turned it on when it fill up?
One week you're been about like loose asshole and stuff. No, it wouldn't feel like a hot air balloon. You think it would fly away?
Would the hair dryer just start back up, or would it have to go somewhere?
It would just be the biggest. It would just be pretty steady. Oh, use your fart. You're only 34 minutes. Yeah, but I'm excited. You're only 30. All right. Well, Cassidy, fun times. Thank you for your submission. And done that.
It is, yeah, it's a hard, I mean, there's a lot of again, the real reason why you have to get them.
Right. Okay, all right. This is
Getting my dad is counterfeit money.
yeah, I know. I was getting to good. Absolutely, William. That's good.
I'm really pulling down. How do you think to do it?
When comedy clubs do open back up, if they're like what William was talking about, subject matter,
I think you're going to think about William.
if clubs are going to be like,
Like how he looked.
What's the
I like how they did it.
what's the funny Englishman springing on you?
school, you can drink.
Wow. When you guys talk,
I got lost in your girlfriend.
Oh my gosh, you went from my
it's incredible how it has gotten to you since we started this phone call a few minutes ago.
literally.
All right, William Montgomery, with another new submission. Anything else crazy you know about or talk about?
No, I'm for question. So, we're going to taxi service units are going to Uber store. Every time we watch Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom, we consider adopting a small Filipino boy to help navigate the jungle safely. I will never forget it for this. Because of recently moved to Mississippi. My Aunt Carol is moving in an abandoned house on Elm Street. To be honest, been a nightmare. That's joking. Because you get this checked out.
lot of the remote productions that are going on in the big broadcasting companies have been in our Minnesota. We did the NFL draft and then all the fans from those teams from all over the world. They all had one of our booths in their house, so it was pretty good.
That's cool. What's your living situation there in Georgia?
I own a house out in the woods.
Incredible. How far away from civilization are you? How deep in the woods are we talking?
I'm probably north of Atlanta.
Awesome.
You know, Rocky Horror, but you know, Rocky Horror, yeah, your words, Georgia, Rocky.
45 minutes north of Atlanta. In your neighborhood, what types of different races do you see? Human beings? Can you consider other races human beings, that is?
Of course they, unless they're dicks, you know.
Right.
We live in a Denton County that's actually pretty broad. There's a lot of Indian people, a lot of Hispanic people. So a lot of schools represent, tons and tons of different places, but you are away from the crowds of people and you get into the country a little bit.
So in this quarantine, you've been doing anything special or new hobbies or anything, or just still working in normal life?
Well, I just had a baby at the end of last year, so now I'm a stay-at-home dad that still works 40 hours a week at my job.
Wow, you know, someone tell that stay-at-home wife how you do it. This guy's working and being a father, and he's a stay-at-home guy, and he's Canadian.
Yeah, we don't judge so many people out of that.
Right, yeah. One to respect you. One to respect.
I did pick up a couple hobbies that I always wanted to do. I bought an Alaskan chainsaw. It's just a big 8-foot loblolly plant for in my backyard. It's a kit that you bolt with your chainsaw. Where you can rip your own wood. Make them out.
Badass.
Make your own work to do?
Yeah, I mean,
You're gonna chop it down and giant fucking chunk and go to wood chill. Kill Tony. How funny is it that he's losing that lumberjack and he is a lumberjack?
Right. I actually, I had no intent of doing it, and I grew a beard, and all of a sudden, I'm like, man, I need to chop down some trees and get a diesel truck.
A lot of people don't know this, but he actually whittled the rocking chair that he's running right now. The whittler. The whittle.
The ginger whittler.
That's right. Wow. What else should we know about you, Patrick? Any other crazy fun facts about Patrick?
Well, I've probably served more jail time than your average white fella.
Tell us about that.
Well, I went to college at Georgia Southern University. And, there's not a lot to do out there except for get in trouble. So it was, I'm an entrepreneur, so I got out to the street marketing market, mainly horticulture, and I got in trouble with a couple of tax stuff. Illegal where you're sitting.
Oh, Jesus. How long were you spending?
Well, for the first charge, I was 2 years old. I did 90 days in prison just for my original. Which was probably like the first 90 days of my life. After that, I got put on 5 years of felony probation. And subsequently violated my probation multiple times after that. I got a DUI that I actually beat in court, but just because I got arrested while I was on probation, I got to do 6 months.
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking for
Yeah, and then a year later, I took a test for marijuana, and they gave me 9.5 months in a prison.
Oh, wow. You cheat, though, man. Unsuspecting prison. Like Martha Stewart.
And then a year after that, non-reporting probation, they called me to
advice to my wife. He did all this for weed. You should have just done blow like a drunk.
You learned it.
Yeah, got a lot of them.
You dropped the soap and you never pick it up.
Yeah. The funny thing is they had soap in jail, so I always did that, and I thought maybe it helped me just a little bit for some reason. I don't know. A lot of fights, man. I was really good at working, so we were in the work. There was 6 people. I don't know, triple. So there's a lot of people working in one room at one time. So every Friday night, like people that had beef throughout the week, like it was Friday night lights. So, young kids, different games, met with each other. Like we cook up a bunch of food and sit on the roofs and just bet on people. To the just trying to make fun of people. My dad was, I mean, he's still in the high school wrestling coach. I never wrestled, but I had plenty of experience getting out of horrible situations.
This street is any right.
I make fun of my dad a lot when he was younger, but when I got older, I was like, I let it go. I appreciated it. But now that I've been a little over 2 years for all of it, and I got in probably 3 heavy fights. I mean, there was skirmishes, but I think it was not really anything I was doing. It was just sometimes you feel you don't get too connected to people there, but you feel that there's a situation where you need to step in. You gotta. Usually, it was a white guy in a couple of white cars, but I was in a 60-person dorm, so somebody trying to get wailed on. Everything is like. You don't want to help that guy right around. It's like, I'm ready to whoop your ass. So if people deserve it, I'm trying.
Wild, man. You can't even know it.
Yeah. But I have the right to food. I own guns. I have a passport. I got a white little
solve. Really how to get the same time. Yes.
Rob Callahan, keeping it interesting, juggling some balls during it with the Kilt Tony. Like that. How you doing, Rob? Good, good. You are in the New York area, DC? That's what I remember. That was from another piece of Ryan J. It was a fun one. Big J, was Gramercy Theater. Did you get that thing? Oh, cool. How'd that go? What did we find out about you?
Talk about Tom Brady a little bit.
Your daughter doing? Wow. Almost in red band age. Schools are now online. What do you do for work? Like what kind of research? Like Ryan J. Brother. You have a brother, Jenny? No. Oh shit, I offended Rob. Ryan's mad at me now. The picture of me feeling like a picture of Joel a few weeks ago. So Rob, man, you can go ahead.
We got to go back.
Oh, that's right. That's how you swerve. It's a good way to swerve my memory. Not any Wow. So how about the juggling? Is that something that you've always done? What else have you learned? If you started with juggling, you're like, this is something that I've always wanted to do. There's like no reason to get good at it. I don't I have no interest in being able to juggle. It's one thing it's very short, but I can think of it as things that I have no interest in learning. I like learning. I like watch YouTube videos on things and never, juggling with me on a short list of things. Jobs. I don't know. Or a guest.
episode, like I said, I want to get very clear to get patrons. I get the episode where you put them up on YouTube. And one episode, just like you know, in episode 17, is out of the shop. And I don't think it's too long getting this. This might be a big weird job just the point. I have don't I just an actor. Can't or have it. Don't you really? It forces the costume. For his dumb completely now. You gotta remember Calvin shoots it way hard. Alan has this side, he's talking about I go work this thing where he at company nobody else. He said, Harlan Williams, because you hear higher but it is like when he said here, I go for them. I understand my interest is at work with the job we're doing for the kids on the other year. But yeah, no, it's, it's this is this is look like we're seeing, I think Schaub is going to keep paying 25 grand a month. It was never so this is just you're gonna everybody out. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
having a lot of problems with the company. People are sending them back and canceling their orders. Some trouble abound at Super 73.
Oh my goodness. What a shocking turn of events.
Yeah.
The bicycle.
I drive a scooter. It's really fun.
You do? What kind you got?
Yeah. It's like a 50cc rough house.
Oh, cool.
Just got it last month. It's awesome.
A rough house is a very tough sounding name.
For a scooter. Yeah, just rock.
30 miles an hour.
Doesn't even have a. Does it make a noise?
Yeah.
What does it sound like?
Run.
Really? A scooter sounds like that?
Pretty close, yeah.
This bike I have, it's like a Tesla, or I'm trying to get, it's like a Tesla. It has like instant torque. So it's only supposed to go 20 miles an hour because that's legal, for like street legal. But there's like a little way to hack it, so it goes up, really, really fast.
Rob, has anybody ever told you that you look like an angry white woman with a beard?
No.
Like a Karen?
A very smiley, angry woman.
It's like a hairy Karen. A heron. Have you ever called the police on somebody doing something?
No. Are you thinking of that lady with her husband?
Oh, you've only seen one video. Wow, look at that. He's a hard worker indeed, raising his kid out there, working it all.
You do look like you could snap at any minute.
Right under the surface.
What makes you angry?
Right now, a lot.
Yeah. Is there anything that we would be surprised that it makes you angry for some reason? A pet peeve of yours?
Oh man, I wish I had thought about this more beforehand. But when I'm on the T, the train here in Boston, people that wear their backpacks. I've dealt with the train for a long time since I got the scooter. It's not a very fun answer, but that does just me out.
People that wear backpacks.
Yeah,
so crowded.
People that cross their legs. Yeah, people that cross their legs. I just want to go like, are you fucking comfortable? But I don't.
Damn.
You don't want them to cross their legs.
No,
These are problems
takes up a lot more space that way.
Okay, because it's so packed in there. Welcome to another episode of White Juggler Problems. Rob Pala.
That guy.
Got your dark backpacks on the train. Why can't you just carry the things in your arms? Alright.
I feel like you have like a hobby, like you have something that you collect, like either comic books or you're into Warcraft or
Yes, I love that you think that you're on to some amazing psychic power.
No, I see him doing cosplay at Star Wars or something.
I actually don't like Star Wars. I'm one of the few. My friends
Whoa,
like me for that.
Loves the Mandalorian. What are you? What's
my
the
recent hobby.
Yep.
Right now, I was actually gonna promote my YouTube live stream with my bird feeder. That's what I've been into lately. I've got a camera on my bird feeder. Yeah.
Wow.
Damn, Gage told me before the show that there was going to be someone really nerdy on the show. I can't wait to see what it is.
Is it live right now?
Yeah, Rob Callahan on YouTube. It's nighttime now. There's no birds out there.
I want to see this. So you just keep this on all the time, and you're just wasting your internet upload speed for a bird feeder?
Yeah, pretty much. We got a couple of different Wi-Fi connections, so it's fine.
Wow. I want to see this nighttime video. We're looking it up. I think Gage is...
Fun fact, a bird feeder is something that all the Karens have. Not a lot of people know that. It's the one common thread of all angry white women is a bird feeder. So this also falls into the theory that you are actually a white woman.
Is Disclosure time-lapse watching?
I would say no. I thought it was pretty disappointing, to be honest with you. And I don't watch. I've watched maybe a lot of movies in the past, but I don't watch a lot of movies on the stream for the exact reason that happened yesterday, where people come in and I don't want to be rude to them. And I have to be able to focus on the stream. But I'm doing a podcast today, and I had the discussion with the woman yesterday, and I think that she may want to discuss it today. And I was on a podcast on Monday, and people were discussing it, and I hadn't had it, and hadn't seen it. And, if I'm talking about UFO disclosure, well, then the movie Disclosure Day is an important thing to watch. So I started watching it the other day, and then I couldn't really get through it. I was too tired. And then I just rewatched it yesterday. So I've seen it in some ways like a couple times. Not the whole thing a couple times. The whole thing just once. And it is. I'm going to tell you this story because it's like go see it yourself if you want. It's this strange start where it starts in like a World Wrestling Federation or World Wrestling Entertainment ring where these guys are fighting, and there's this random audience member who just like is there watching the match, and somebody like steals his backpack and pulls a gun on him, and they're like, "Give us what's in the backpack," and he's like, "No," and they're like, "Yes," and then they take it. Then they basically like there's this strange scene where he's interrogated or something, and his like girlfriend's there. You can tell there's like a lame love story, and then there's the Emily Blunt character who I think she does a really good job. She's smoking hot, and she speaks like her English. Or she's a British actress, but you can't tell that she's British. Her English and her American English is flawless. And she basically is this person who is like greeted by like this bird, and she immediately can speak Russian. When this kind of stuff happens, Zoot, I don't like it in the movie because it's not like super realistic to me, like that an animal will come in and allow you to speak a different language. But anyway, she's there with her boyfriend or husband or something, and they're just she's a meteorologist. So then the story is just like people chasing the guy from the wrestling thing, and it's really like another hour of just bland, boring, nothing really happens. And then there's this like gift that the Emily Blunt character has, where she can like let's say you were to walk up to someone, or she walks up to someone, when they look at her, she can like tell them all kinds of secret stuff about their life that they don't know. Like, I know that you have a daughter, and I know that your wife really likes red red velvet cupcakes. Why don't you get some of those on the way home, and with pink sprinkles or purple sprinkles? They'll really like them. And then the cop just, or like the person watching her, they just let her go. She like has this weird, but they don't really explain like the movie. I feel is very poorly explained. So then, towards the end of the movie, literally this movie's like 2 hours and 20 minutes or something, and they don't talk about aliens aside from one time until the last 2 hours, or to the last 20 minutes, I should say. Like they don't really talk about aliens. You're thinking like Disclosure Day. There's going to be a mothership. They're going to be talking. Just for a moment, Zoot. I think I just cut out. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, just for a moment. Zoot, can you hear me? Apologies, I just cut out. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Sorry, you just connected, or I might have disconnected.
No, I did. Okay, so there's basically like this for the movie's 2 hours and 20 minutes, and for the first 2 hours they mention aliens once, and for it to be a movie about disclosure, you would expect it to be like about alien disclosure or more. It was really like about these gifts that these people were given somehow by aliens or something. So the last 20 minutes is about disclosure. So this woman is like she's a meteorologist who's also trying to be like an anchor on the television as well. So she has access to the news desk, and when like people try to stop her from going to the news desk, she can just like speak different languages to them. Like, where did she get this ability from the bird that gave it to her? No one really. It's not really well explained. So then she basically gets on the camera and she's like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to tell the world about aliens or whatever. And everybody's like, there are some people who come in and are like, no, don't do it. And they're like, shut down like the generator and the backup generator. And somehow she this is the thing that doesn't make sense to me. She has some kind of power. There's like all kinds of supernatural stuff that I don't like about it. She has this power that can turn the lights back on and everything. So anyway, she goes and she looks into the camera and she's like, basically like, we're not alone. Aliens are here. Extraterrestrials have been here for a long time. It goes back to some program in the 70s, which is fake, but anyway, it's just for the movie or whatever. And she starts talking about it, and then in the last like 5 minutes, there is an alien that lands and comes into like the sound stage or whatever, the movie set, and it's like an alien that's like pushed in like a wheelchair, and it looks like an alien gray, but it's bigger. It's like maybe 7 feet tall or something, and then it whispers something into some guy's ear, and then the guy tells Emily Blunt's character, and Emily Blunt gets in front of the camera and then says the word "listen," and then the movie goes black. So it tells me that, oh, this is just part one of like maybe a 3-part movie or something, but it was highly disappointing. I would say to Steven Spielberg, dog, you put out Jurassic Park, you put out E.T., you put out Close Encounters of the Third Kind, you put out Catch Me If You Can, you put out a lot of bangers, dog.
You just mentioned 2 alien movies that he already made, and he's made War of the Worlds. He didn't make another alien movie.
Well, so
that's not even an alien movie.
Yeah, so he makes bangers, and this movie was just like incredibly disappointing. The people on Monday with whom I was on this podcast, they're like, it's not really about disclosure, it's about other stuff, and I wanted to like it. I really did. I wanted to fucking love this movie, and I wanted to be like, it's got a lot of haters out there, but I actually liked it. I can't say that. I saw it. Even the host who I spoke to yesterday, she's like, have you seen it? And I said that I had, because I'd seen some of it, but I hadn't seen all of it, so I was just listening to what she was saying. And she's like, it's really not like about aliens or disclosure too much until they talk about animals and stuff. And I'm like, okay, so I really had to get into it, but she's right, and the people who saw it are right. It is very disappointing. If I were seeing this in the theater, I would just be like, give me my money back. Like, it was literally like 2.5 out. At points of it, until the last 20 minutes, I was like, this is the worst movie I've ever seen. Or one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I'm not engaged. It's not really believable. Like, what makes it not believable? Like, imagine here's a scene. There's this scene where Emily Blunt is in the hospital, and she's like, they're like telling her that she may have, I don't know, like Parkinson's disease or something, and she looks out the window and she sees these guys in government uniforms. And
Why do you think Spielberg's?
Hold on, let me finish, and then I'll answer that. So these guys are in black government uniforms. She's in the hospital, and there's a doctor there, and the doctor's explaining to her like all of her signs look normal, but they might do some other testing. And then Emily Blunt's character is like, who are those guys in the black trench coats or whatever? And the doctor's like, they're the FBI. They're gonna be in here once we're done. It's like, that's not how the FBI works. They don't wait for you to get your medical clearance or whatever, your medical diagnosis, and then they come in. They would just be like, we don't have time for your bullshit. We don't care if you have super gonorrhea or whatever that virus was, hantavirus or anything like that. We don't care. We're gonna just fuck you up, or we're gonna arrest you, or do whatever. That's how it is in real life. Or like the FBI figures or whatever will have they'll have 2 characters in custody or whatever, and one of the character breaks away and is able to free the other character. It's like, that doesn't work that way. They will just dogpile you and arrest. It's just, And then there's all kinds of like stuff like that's absolutely fake where she's like driving a car and this was so fake. She's driving a car at a train intersection, and she's waiting on the train, and somebody comes up behind her and pushes her car into the train, and the train like begins dragging her car in one direction, and she's able to climb out of the train in one direction, jump onto the train, and then somehow, some way, like or she jumps in between two trains and then jumps into another train. It's like, dude, this is just, I understand that it's Hollywood and I understand this is a big budget movie, but like they could have made this movie for like $1 million, like easily, in my opinion. Like it has a huge budget. It had absolutely massive media, like a media tour where Steven Spielberg, who doesn't normally do that much media, was doing it and talking about disclosure and what he knows and everything. And this reminds me of this podcast I was on like a week or two ago, where the person asked me, they're like, "Do you know who XYZ is?" And I'm like, "Enlighten me," because I didn't really know who that person was, and I'd heard the name, but I didn't know exactly who it was. And they're like, "Oh, they're this. They're basically like this kind of small person in the media who said that government came to him, and the government agents came to him and said, "Hey, you're going to do this movie for or you're going to do a show for NBC, and we're going to leak information to you about how we want this show to go. And if you want to do it, it's going to be really successful. If you don't want to do it, then your career is basically over." I don't know if they threatened him like that, but he's like, "I don't want to do it." And so, but it made him think, and it's true, that there's something called predictive programming where perhaps different agencies come to individuals. Steven Spielberg might be one of them. Apparently, this happened after Jaws. They saw that Jaws was a big hit, and they were like, "Hey, we're going to give you information for Close Encounters of the Third Kind," and then eventually E.T.
So is this movie? So the marketing for this film is it's made by Spielberg, and if it wasn't made by Spielberg, it would have bombed.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and you can't even tell this movie's made by Spielberg because the alien at the end is like kind of. It looks like something that you would get at your local costume store, and it doesn't look like an alien that. It looks like an alien, but it's bigger than the normal aliens that we see. And if aliens are so powerful and everything, then why is this alien in a wheelchair? Like, like if I don't know, it's just Emily Blunt though.
Why did you tell Rosa that I have a girlfriend?
I didn't tell Rosa that you have a girlfriend. Who's your girlfriend?
It sent me on Telegram. It's like, you have a girlfriend?
No, you were in here when the only conversation that I had with him was you were in here, and I said, "Did you hear that Zoot's getting married to this chick because of her opinion on the moon?" That's all. But you were in here. I did not, in a subsequent discussion with him, say Zoot's really interested in this chick, or he. No. Zoot, I know your life. You go from girl to girl to girl, like once every month, and that's cool. You're like a serial crop. Yeah, you do, dude. You absolutely do. You had the. I can name like 6 girls who.
I just watched the movies you told me to watch.
Oh yeah, how was that?
It's better than the movie that you're describing.
I'm sure. What was the name of the movie?
7 Psychopaths.
And it was good or no?
Yeah, it's about like a screenwriter who's like writing a screenplay about psychopaths, and he's like he has these psychopaths in real life that he's like writing a movie about. Like, he knows these psychopaths in real life, and everyone's around him is a psychopath.
Okay.
And then there's funny moments in it. That it's like, it's like a thriller comedy, but it was made in 2012, so 14 years ago.
Did she watch your movie?
That was Colin Farrell. Okay. She will.
She will. Okay, cool. You make a good
Should
point.
probably work. Sorry?
You made a good point about if the Disclosure Day wasn't directed by Steven Spielberg, nobody would like it. And if it didn't have
No one would say it.
yeah, and Emily Blunt is a beautiful woman, and she looks beautiful in this movie. She's literally the one actor I recognized in the movie. I didn't know anybody else, not a single other person. So it's not like you could even be like, oh, there's a cameo of, I don't know, Will Ferrell in it or something, or Jim Carrey, or there's nothing. Literally, you don't know anybody in it except for Emily Blunt. It's literally like
Do you
they.
think it's Spielberg's worst movie?
I haven't seen all his movies, but it's definitely not a banger. And I really feel like they were like, look, we're gonna make this a 3-part movie, but we can't let anybody know about it. So, or we're gonna make it a trilogy, but we can't let anybody know that's gonna be a trilogy, or nobody will come out to see it. So let's just we'll keep that quiet, and then like literally how they end the movie, it leads up to a perfect opportunity for a part 2. Like they could have literally said to be continued or something, but I was very disappointed in it. Even the special effects of like the alien ship didn't look like normally what we think of alien ships to look like. They're just very fake as well, very boring. I kept looking at how much time was left. Like this felt like homework, or it felt like a punishment, and that's not how movies should feel. So,
Do you think like the people working on the film thought it was better than it was because they were trying to set up a sequel, or do you think they're just trying to make money?
it seemed like a money grab, which these people don't need. They're all very wealthy. It was, but do I think overall that it was positive to? Well, to answer your question, do I think the people working on it felt like it was just a money grab? Um, I think that somebody said, "Hey, we need a movie called Disclosure Day. We're gonna have Steven Spielberg. We're gonna give him a bag to direct it, and we need like at least one actor in it who's gonna put asses in the seats. So we'll put Emily Blunt in it, and then everybody."
He came up with the story.
That's
He
who I.
didn't write the movie, but he came up with the story.
Okay, the story sucks. I would tell him that if he were sitting on my bed with me right now, I would say, "Dog, your story sucks. You know what would be a cool story if it was like anything but that." I'm not a big supernatural fan, like where people have like special powers. I'm just not. I like realism, like intense realism in movies is really special to me. So I would say to him like, how are these birds talking to people? And how is it that the aliens are like you only bring them in at the end, and it's just like one alien, and nobody's like freaking out that there's an alien in a movie studio or in like a television studio? Like nobody's like, "Dog, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen. There is literally an alien in a wheelchair who just made it through these double doors, and it's now like there was just no reaction out of anybody. So it would,
Yeah, because everyone would be like, let's just say,
or something. I would though. Oh, another like thing that I thought was totally just inaccurate or misleading. When Emily's character goes on camera to tell like the local news that aliens are real or whatever, the producers like, we got to get this to New York, and then they show it to the people in New York, and then it spreads across the whole world like within like 10 minutes. Like everybody's watching this news program, and it's like the CIA does not allow that stuff to happen. They have like overarching view of what's going on in the media, and they would just shut down any kind of broadcast like that went rogue, so to
so let
speak.
me ask you another question.
Hit me with this.
Do you think Spielberg's just like, I'm too old for this shit, I should be retired right now, and just doesn't give a shit?
uh, I think that he is working on his legacy now, and disclosure is going to happen. I was asked about this on Monday. That a question came in from Croatia, and somebody was like to Rabbi, like, when is disclosure going to happen? And I said, well, it's basically like 80 years old at this point, and we've gone from like 0 people believing that aliens are here, or a small amount, maybe 5% or 10%, to now it's more than 50%. So if you let that continue to marinate and it's growing faster and faster, uh, it's just a matter of time until the general populace understands that we're not alone. And I think Steven Spielberg wants to be seen as a leader in that process. So it's more about his legacy. Uh, but and I will say this. I would say this to Steven Spielberg. Even though it's a dog shit movie, I think it was positive to the movement of disclosure, because you do talk about aliens. There were some talks about, there's 3 discussions on previous crashed aliens, which was really interesting. I did learn something from it. There's a crash in Pennsylvania in 1967 that allegedly that is like totally covered up. And it was just like from that point it was beneficial, but it was just fake how it all happened, and I just didn't really enjoy that very much. Okay, here's a good question. Here's a really good question. If there were an alien in a television studio with you, wouldn't you point the camera at the alien? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, hey, we're going to interview this alien or whatever. Instead of just allowing that, I understand maybe they weren't under their own power. I can't stand movies that there's no explanation and you're just supposed to like assume why people act the way that they do. I like movies with explanation that are like clear. I don't like things like revealed at the end. Oh, that's why that person did that. Like, no, because then the whole movie I'm thinking, why is this person making such a stupid decision? And then it takes me out of the movie. So, would I see it again? Absolutely not. Would I? Am I glad I saw it? Yeah, because now I know what these people are talking about, and I might have to talk about it in a little bit. The podcast that I'm doing later today is a live podcast, which I'm not thrilled about, because podcasts a lot of times have like technical issues and stuff that happen, and but I mean, I'm basically doing a live podcast 24/7, so if anything, I should be used to it. But I do like when podcast hosts are like, we're recording this and we're going to upload it on whatever day, and then I'm ready to be able to like download it and re-upload it to all my streams. So I'm excited to do it. I had another one scheduled today, but the guy emailed me this morning and was like, hey, can we do it Tuesday? I got sick after some kind of family vacation or something, so I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And what else? I've got another one tomorrow. So I've just kind of been locking. Oh, and maybe on Monday as well. So my schedule is 1 today, 1 Friday, 1 Monday, 1 Tuesday, I think, for right now. And then I've got some lined up for July as well. But this is what I do, and I think it's a good strategy. Oh, the one that I have today, though, if the woman let me, I could talk for 20 hours on this stuff. It's like, well, how do you know how much you can talk about? I spent like 10 hours yesterday just putting documents together and talking points about them. Because she was like, she's a nice woman. She came in and she's like we just did this technical run through, which I wasn't really thrilled about doing, but I'm glad we did because we were able to clear up some things really well. And she's like, okay, can we talk about like the Nephilim? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then we're like, the Anunnaki? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then she's like, what about SSP? And I hate when people use acronyms that are not everybody uses. And I'm like, and she's like, Secret Space
What's
Program.
SSP?
Exactly. I'm like, and she's like, Secret Space Program. I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. And then she's like, okay, can we talk about the moon? You know, I can talk about the moon for hours, dog. Yeah. And then she's like, and then you said something, and then she like went through my.
SSP was. So that was like some Scientology, like what they call themselves.
Okay, but this is just Secret Space Program.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, but I'd like to talk about my project too and futurology. So he's like, oh yeah, sure. Well, each one of those discussions can be like 30 minutes to an hour at least. And so we've got 2 hours scheduled, but I told her I can go as long as necessary, which is now true. I didn't realize I had another podcast scheduled, but it got delayed. It got rescheduled, so I can go all day today if she needs. And she, like, if I'm on a podcast, the way that I like to be on a podcast, and this is just different than some people, but let me do my introduction and then just let me talk. Let me go. If you want it to be a conversation, that's okay. But then I can't get any momentum going and can't get into the details and the topics. At the end of each section, if you have a question, let's do it. Let's go through it. I'll answer everything that you can, and anything that we can't answer, we're going to look up. We're going to get the right answer to as accurate as possible. But what is difficult is when I'm doing a podcast and I'm talking, and then I keep getting interrupted just for whatever reason. But I've got to say, the podcast hosts with whom I've done a podcast, I haven't had one of them that I felt like did not let me go to some extent. So that's good. All right, did you do stand up on Wednesday?
Yeah, dude.
How did it go?
I was just testing stuff for Monday. I need to commit. People were like, "Oh, you just need to commit to like what you were saying." I was just like, "This is going to be too controversial for me to say," and I said that on stage. But I was talking about like how Elon should have. He said that he wasn't a Nazi.
Okay.
Because he wasn't funded by the SPLC or something. He said he can't be a Nazi because he wasn't funded by the SPLC. And I said he should have just tweeted, "I am a Nazi, and that's why I wanted to go to Epstein's Island so I could get rid of the pedo allegations." And I said, if you're a billionaire, you either choose to be a Nazi or a pedophile.
Okay. And I bet nobody laughed at it.
No, people laughed at that one. And then I said, then I made a joke about Rihanna going to P. Diddy parties and how like if you found out, I don't blame Chris Brown if I found out my girlfriend was going to P. Diddy parties.
Oh man, you're swinging and missing here, dog. I'd stick with your Tweety Bird stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not huge amounts of people. There's no way huge amounts of people like that stuff.
It was just my crowd. It was just testing that.
Okay.
I also said Kanye. I also mentioned Kanye jokes about like how there's not the allegations at all.
No, do you have? I gotta have some other jokes. You go to the same barrel of the same three topics. Your Tweety Bird joke.
No, we don't.
Dog, you always talk about it. And you always talk about this.
The Tweety Bird one.
Tweety Bird one is your best joke that I heard you say because it it's funny. It's a little more innocent than any of your other stuff. All your other stuff is just it's so um, you take such big risks. Yeah. I'm not saying it's really good to take risks as a comedian, but the risks have to have payoff. Um, and I think that if you're able as a comedian, look, if you have 100 people in a room, you want to make 90 of them laugh as opposed to 10 of them. It's just about being. Now I know you, on the other hand, are like, I'd rather make 10 people really think about it and really laugh hard and love me as a comic than 90% of people. That's cool, but that's not how successful comics. Successful comics recognize if 50% of the crowd laugh at this joke, it's a win. If not 50% laugh, then it's a
I would just, I think that day was the Olympic smoke rings was practicing. I don't give a shit about Monday nights.
Let me ask you this. I want to challenge you. I want you to come up with a joke on these topics. So maybe if I give you something, like this is a joke, come up with a joke. Read every joke by the next time you come in here. You can do it. You make jokes really quickly. A joke on Mickey Mouse, but it can't be anything sexual or violent or anything like that. Just something creative on Mickey Mouse. It could be on his name, it could be on his yellow shoes. It could be on the fact that he used to be drawn with a tail, but he's no longer drawn with a tail, and nobody talks about what happened to Mickey Mouse's tail or whatever. So Mickey Mouse is one of them.
You know what I'm saying?
He used to, but then they removed it, and nobody talks about it. So you could have a joke about that. Why doesn't anybody talk about Mickey Mouse's tail? This is like a big event. I don't remember Mickey Mouse going in for surgery for tail removal. Do you?
It was close. Yeah, it was close that way.
Okay, so then nobody talks about having Mickey Mouse be naked, and at what point did he decide to go from this nudist lifestyle to a clothed lifestyle? Like, that's a funny thing. Another funny thing is Mickey Mouse wears pants with two large white circles on them. Like, who's Mickey Mouse's stylist? Who thought, Mickey, the red pants are great, but what would really make these look even better is if we put two large vertical ovals on them. That's funny. But you come up with your own stuff. I want one on Mickey Mouse. I want one on just dogs. Dogs in any way. Just you have a dog. You observe dog behavior, canine behavior, and I want one on the weather. Those three things. You think you could do it by the next time you come in here? Excellent. And these are jokes that have to be PG-13. So they can't be like because I'm challenging. What did you say?
Why do you never say that?
I don't know, dude, why don't you ever see Mr. Love on how it is?
You ever seen that? And like, what is where? Do they someone's heart? Like, where do they get the summer watch from?
That's a great joke, dude. That's a great joke. Where do they store it? Do they have a special part of the igloo or hut or whatever that's just for filled with Hawaiian shirts and Bahama shorts or whatever, Bermuda shorts? How do they schedule it? Like, is there an indigenous travel agency? And do you think they ever just go to other cold places, or do you think they always go to warm places? That's a good joke, though. What do they wear on vacation? What does an Eskimo wear on vacation? Or Inuit? That's a funny joke. Now that's cute and it's innocent and it's funny. It's not really long. It doesn't involve, you know, the worst parts of the world. People go to comedy generally to forget about all the bad shit that's going on in the world. And if you can bring an idea to their head, like, where do these people go on vacation? That's really funny. I mean, like, other things that you can make a whole story out of. Like, what do they eat on vacation? Do you think they go and look at people who are eating fish and are like, oh, you think that's how you eat fish? Or do you think they really enjoy cotton candy and candy apples or whatever? Like, it's a good question. Or um, is a vacation for them going to like southern Canada or like southern Russia? Like anything more than that is extreme heat to them. Another funny joke would be,
Eskimo.
I don't know, like tens of thousands. Another one would be, I have a proposal for a television show. It's called Eskimo Wife Swap. Can you imagine somebody living in a suburban house has to go live in an igloo, and someone living in an igloo has to go live in a suburban house, and then they can just, when the person comes back there, there's a thing called heat, like, which is it's awesome. And I know everybody's watching. It's not like they're you uh, Inuit people, and I know that not everybody lives in an igloo. I know that not everybody lives in it's just kind of a funny. That's a really funny premise. It would be called, how they have like extreme makeover? Why don't they have extreme wife swap? Where you take someone from a tribal village in Africa and someone in an Eskimo igloo and switch them. Like this wouldn't be like, oh, we're gonna switch like you who live in this suburb with you who lives in this suburb. Anybody can do that. This is extreme. It's funny. We take an Aboriginal family and swap them with this family and who lives in a teepee. That's a really funny premise. It's got a good name, Extreme Wife Swap.
Extreme Russ.
Well, yeah, because there's something known in the United States, at least. It's called Extreme Home Makeover. It's a really popular show, and so you use the extreme makeover idea, and then there's another show called Wife Swap, and so you just do extreme wife swap, and instead of it being like a lady who's swapping spots with another lady in two different suburbs in two different comfortable homes, it's like really intense. It's like somebody who lives in a teepee swaps with somebody who lives in an igloo, or someone who lives on an Aboriginal plane with someone who lives in a yurt. It's a really funny premise. I'm not saying it's the funniest joke in the world, but it's funny. there's a lot you can do with that premise. And if they really did make that a show, I think it'd be super popular. People would love that. All right, so I got to prepare for this podcast. So you come up with a joke on Mickey Mouse, the weather, and dogs. You do that, and it's got to be PG-13. They don't have to be PG. They don't have to be G. They can be a little naughty, but nothing too wild. Okay, you think you can do that? Okay, and come back tonight. Let me know what you came up with, and we'll hear it. Shout out to you. Shout out to Extreme Life. That's a fun joke.
Structure of reality. That's what religion plays in this. It's explaining the ordinary nature and finding destiny of evil. Of course, this question has been answered in numerous ways, even in traditions. History with culture. Kind of that of rendering rarer is the motif which back well in this episode, I want to explore the things from the world of or conjunction. Some mathematical hence the name of text. Make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics and esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work by content on esotericism here on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate the consideration of supporting this channel and making this content possible. Now, let's explore a magical harmony. Games empowers the public or serve all supernatural powers. But wait, not more this week. There's a song for magical work, and stick around and see free bonus magical text on and angelic magic. I'm Dr. Justin Display, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Water movements are the place any tales, any myths. Don't have to be true, but rather rare in surviving magic literature. Of course, various other objects were all relatively relevant, but an entire article much rare. So, disregard. As as a conduit for divine power, and as a form of Aramaic version, produces sometime the only period of Jewish history, or the period after the reduction of the battle, outlet around 600 or 500 Common Era to around after 1000 Common Era. Two forward happening popular, but make a bit of earlier texts called the Torah, or literal, and describes the covering of a gold plate around the neck, and addressing some vigorous purifications provided by magic power. Golden rings, well attested for the faith. Found in the Bible, and then one by earlier, or perhaps parallel from Cairo in some perhaps eventually transformed which as we currently have. Magical energy from the divine name of down to glory ritual magical practice. Secret from kids appears in seven and Hebrew Aramaic versions. Or the dawning or putting the name, which the power of secret names of God used in the practitioner, thus promoting supernatural logic power. This process of Hashem is not from other methods next to the world, famously in the motion, which made about this same magical code. In the same provided in lab of described on with a very elaborate divine name, which, after dawning in the ritual immersion, powers process requires 7 steps. A first period of fasting and coming into contact with practitioner for bringing them something or ritual clean. After the first period of ritual immersion, evening. Here the practitioner is only on vegetarian diet, like fish meat, and somewhat curious, but Jewish small but fruit, fish are to dietary areas to the intensity of this fast. These fasts, it appears, often some of the fasts last from dawn until darkness, and even the 7-day period of between evening or night, one must go to the water of ritual burning, those things from the garment over them. Form appears order. The text is taken as time. Proper level of purity has not achieved continue. This proper level of purity continue, one has to give all to the poor and distribute to the hungry. Given that you've been basically fasting for 2 weeks, you want to give away. And begin a day of fasting. If, however, the floating of the water is red in color, then you are pure enough to have water. Not all the burden as well back to the mikvah, but upon it, you come in divine power, as if an army accompanies you, and be able to invoke a series of fearful angels. It's pretty vague. It should appear as hesitation, but in preference to something like doing the ritual per hour, which isn't spelled out in detail. Company that will join you, so for 3 hours at most, only 7 days in total, and only just once a day for some reason. Just how to accomplish this invocation remains mysterious. This section seems to require not only the text produced around the same time. Sacred Hayasham, or the right way, or the way. There's a lot of words translate this word Hayashar. It appears that the sacred Hayashar was produced around the same time as the sacred Hamabush and the Constitution, ritual circles. And it claims that it was given out by the angel Galilee. It was passed down by the current tradition. This text takes its name from one of the mysterious books of the Torah, but otherwise falls through the memory that likely on Hashem, and this could be confused with the later medieval text on ethics, one of the mysterious Midrashic texts talking in the 19th century. Some version of this text was likely found, but I go on reference it by name, but also mention it in rabbinite lyrics. As you over 1,000 of the world were rejected the authority of all Jewish law. Of course, they went on to make their own Jewish law, and as you can imagine, the Arahide rabbinite beef would make for some great epic rap battle. Society got one person, Anan and David. Regardless of his history, interested in just another divine name, a series of complex applications that provides a range of divine powers over nature, of the various creatures, power over the sun, and Allah, God. Labor Hayashar is a fast from certain spices, purity, but also all or ritual fumigation at its time and resets. However, more than various angelic powers which are said to preside over various seasons, period, and hours of the day and night. It appears that the sacred Hamabush probably had his angels. The sacred Hayashar is a more range of divine power, the divine name that here include things like miracle, magnificent speak, fire, rock, even serpents, king, baron, in the sea, a la Moses. These words, sacred, dropping out the metals, happy, some shaking foundation. I think this has in mind perhaps the walls of Jericho. Also, fall out 21 times, 3 times 7. This also provides which parallels the oratorial literature found on the card. Recall that communication summons an angel, the prince of the Torah, that instantaneously ordained wide range of rabbinical wisdom. I mean, we'll just spend all day and over the shots and earlier, although it's not exactly all sharing similar cultural Palestine around 1,000 of the common era, and the Christian Middle Ages, and a version of the movie that appears in treaties of emanation with the left-hand side. This is an early explanation of the origins of evil. Which that's what further, the Super Hayashi are often which seems to mesh well from this period. So, to this is the study of these during the which, as you can probably tell, the units it is extremely difficult to find for equal. Not quite prices. It does a good job with there. However, I these with a careful attention detail and their transmission. Both are out. Digital version of a manuscript from Oxford from the 13th century. This recension is different from the other common thing. Page of these amounts we have made amount real essentials, retention, Over the centuries, theologians, mystics, occultists have drawn up incredibly complex hierarchies of such beings with the names, skills, and time, and even their final destiny, detailed in a range of texts. Canonical biblical scriptures, books on which we reveal such entities, and texts whose origins remain to this day rather mysterious. The world of angels and continues to fascinate, terrify, and inspire billions of believers all over the world. What do we know about the origin of these entities in the Abrahamic tradition? If we were to rewind the clock back to the ancient Israelites, the progenitors of Jewish, Christian, and Islamic mythologies, among others, what do we know about the alliances of Israelite mythology? In this episode, we're going to do just that. Or chronological ecology of the ancient Israelite worldview. If you're interested in magic and analysis of the occult and hermetic philosophy, make sure to subscribe or check out my other content. Also, if you want to support my work, evaluate and free content comments and criticism here on YouTube. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with time donation. As you can imagine, this channel is free. And I really appreciate your consideration of supporting my work here on this channel. So let's turn to a people that once incredibly popular and at the same time rather mysterious, the ancient Israelites and their mythology. I'm Dr. Justice Keegan to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and the Israelites were among the groups of people of ancient Levant we typically call the Canaanites. They come into history when they mention that the Menapasta leaving the 13th century BCE and go on to great fame as the progenitors of the Abrahamic religions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, among others. There are many records of inscriptions, letters, and perhaps most famously, the collection of texts that recounts the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament. To get a grasp of the Israelites, very bad literature, more than wide to nearby cultures and writings. Before the Israelites didn't exist in a vacuum, and their culture was influenced by and the reaction to their neighbors, like any culture. What do we mean by demon? The term itself is a complicated history, and what we're doing is anachronistic, just to be honest. That said, the purposes of this episode, we're going to mean by demons, like supernatural beings, at least malevolent to us human beings, but malevolent. As we see, this gets really complicated, but as a provisional definition, it's about the best that we're going to do. What's perhaps most conspicuous about such entities in ancient Israelite religious culture in relationship to their neighbors, and here I think about the Egyptian and Mesopotamian religious cultures, is just the dirty of such beings. We just don't see much in the way of angels or demons or other kinds of supernatural non-God beings. Ancient Israel just didn't have much in the way of demons or angels for that matter until the rise of Judaism in the Persian period. Hundreds of demons were known from ancient Egypt, many with high-profile roles in their religious mythology. For instance, is perhaps the most famous. This demon has the lower body of a hippopotamus, the forebody of a lion, and the head of a crocodile, and it eats the souls of those found unjust in the trials of the Israelites. I mean, their name in Egyptian
Egyptian literally means the one that devours the dead. So, yeah, they pierced, and the Egyptians were really terrified of them. Over in Mesopotamia, similar beings are also known, though not quite to the degree of the liberation that we find in ancient Egypt. These beings are the Dendis, or Fatu, in the Semitic Akkadian language, and these would include the torturous and godly demons, along with the most famous of such beings, Zuzu, king of the demons of the wind, brother of the monster of Gilgamesh fame, the son of the god Enki, and possessor of the light organ from there. Of similar fame is the demoness Lamashtu, of infants and children, who would eventually develop into the demoness Lilith many centuries later. So, as I mentioned a moment ago, if one were to survey Israelite literature and mythology, which we're kind of doing, the first thing that you would notice is there just aren't any such beings around. And when they are mentioned, it's always in passing, and there's virtually no mythological filling out or back beings. From this, we can conclude that people that composed and redacted Israelite literature or the revival movement were simply either suppressing such a mythological aspect of their culture, or simply disinterested in such beings, or that such beings just didn't play that much of a role in their mythology. And sure enough, if you look at other earlier texts, such as the recovered Book Garrett, we see that such beings, being somewhat like angels and demons, don't really play that much of a role in their mythology either. Indeed, the ancient Near East generally operates in a different religious paradigm than in later mythologies. Whereas the apocalyptic religious revolution shifted the religious paradigm to a battle of good versus evil, which is the dominant paradigm. The more ancient was a chaos versus order paradigm. This more archaic mythology shows Baal, Marduk, and Yahweh of chaos, often in the form of sea monsters like Tiamat, Yam, and whatnot. Indeed, this chaos survives throughout the Hebrew Bible, and is perhaps most apparent in the book of Job, especially toward the end, in Psalm 74. So one of the major reasons angels and demons just don't play much of a role in this very early stratum of Israelite mythology is that the central paradigm here just good versus evil. It's order versus chaos, chaos having been conquered in the primeval. Now, it's not to say that malevolent supernatural beings aren't a reason. There just aren't mythologically like they become later, starting in the Persian period. Indeed, in that paradigm, the major or religious conflict is moved from the primeval past to the distant future. So what about very early period, say from roughly 1200 BCE to roughly around 586 BCE? Typically, we can divide such beings into three groups. There are personifications of malevolent forces, there are hostile members of the divine council, and there's a kind of grab bag of otherwise obscure beings that seem to inhabit the wilderness and wastelands of ancient Israel. Note what's missing here. There really isn't much in the way of chthonic or beings that emerge from the underworld. The reason why has to do with how the ancient Israelites conceived of their underworld, called Sheol. This realm isn't a place of punishment, but a kind of gloomy, dark place of inaction. While the dead do dwell there, there's no conception of heaven or hell at this period in Israelite history, and thus no demons to live or emerge from there. I've actually got a whole episode on the Israelite conception of the afterlife, or Sheol. You can click the link above if you want to learn more about it. So let's take each category in turn. First, with malevolent personifications. Perhaps the most ancient of these is death itself. Death, or what was
some echo of the personification of death in the Hebrew Bible, though generally such motifs were used by Israelite writers in the interest of pursuing their mythology, their neighbors. Further, battering women were sometimes also personified, and one kind of recalls the Western wind demon Pazuzu, which brings drought. This is also connected to molten death in mythology. Though the central entities here are typically various forms of sickness, including mental illness, we find personifications of fever disease or epidemics generally typically associated with Rorschach or Debir, a survival of a general disease god from Canaanite and eventually New Kingdom Egyptian mythology more generally. In fact, the prophet Habakkuk describes Yahweh going to war and seemingly driving a chariot pulled by Debir and Rorschach or pestilence and fever, with Rorschach probably coming from the root which means burning and operating fever. Of course, plague demons are widely attested in the ancient world. A great deal of ancient medicine, especially ancient Mesopotamian medicine, had to do as much with exorcism as it did with what we would now recognize as medicine as such as the use of various kinds of physiological drugs. What's worth pointing out here, however, is that such personification of disease in the Hebrew Bible almost always under the direct command of Yahweh, not independently as such. Illness or insanity is also attested, specifically in the case of the first Israelite kings of Saul. We find a rebuff from Yahweh or an evil spirit from Yahweh being sent to afflict the king with some kind of mental illness that causes him to fly into rages and fall into despondency, only temporarily soothed by the music of the young David. This being or evil spirit is sent by the Israelite God is again important, and this leads us to our second category: hostile members of the divine council. The concept of the divine council is rather archaic and doesn't survive into Israelite mythology, despite even the emergence of monotheism. This is likely evidence with the plural "let us make" in the first Genesis creation story, also appears especially with Psalm 82, which strikes me as a rather archaic Israelite document. The members of the divine council have been devoted to non-divine beings in Israelite mythology and are generally dispatched to specific tasks on behalf of Yahweh. Several such beings seem especially interesting for our study. The first of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible. Here we find Yahweh wanting to kill the Israelite king Ahab or Ahab, who was actually tested outside the Bible. In order to do so, a rose is required to have him killed on the battlefield. To accomplish this, Yahweh inquires of the divine council who would like to deceive Ahab or Ahab, and a ruach spirit volunteers to become a ruach sheker or a deceptive spirit, a lying spirit, who will go into the mouth of Ahab's prophet so as to deliver a false prophecy, which will cause him to go to battle and get killed. Now, despite the true prophecy of Yahweh, the deceptive spirit is successful, and Ahab is shot with an arrow and he's out on the battlefield. Now, why is this one of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible? Because it reveals description of this entity by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this being, such that it was standing between heaven and earth with a sword drawn in its hand, extending over all of Jerusalem. Perhaps the most terrifying things of the Hammurabi, the destroyer, is the final of the two plagues set upon the ancient Egyptians. And he realized only smear lamb's blood above their doorposts, such that the most people passed over their home, as it cured the Egyptian firstborn from the firstborn of the cattle to the destruction of the good king's son. Of course, this angel isn't truly divine. But from the Egyptian perspective, this will eventually be transformed into the Malach or the angel of death, and later the logical developments. If you want to know more about the history and development of the angel of death, make sure to check out my episode on that topic in the article above. Of course, the other member of the Divine Council worth mentioning here is the Satan. Yes, the Satan. This is always identified with the definite article Satan, in Hebrew, and the Satan, which means something like the accuser or stronger title. So, Satan as such doesn't appear in the Hebrew Bible. Rather, the title of the Divine Council seems to have this either a kind of very beings or otherwise strong but bigger than the Lord. This entity is mentioned 18 times in the Bible. Most is later torture, Job is probably Yahweh. And Yahweh lets the Satan torture and his family on a bed. I mean, Yahweh does more stuff than other family people that only after basically shove it up and after questioning why Yahweh would let this happen. And we feel like right about the people of life, not that that has, dead family. We have a few monster with I like them out. Whatever. Satan also walks away from the prophet, but is never linked with, for instance, the serpent in this creation story. Nor would the Yahweh or which, as I mentioned a moment ago, kind of sometimes on a page and kills the ones that they first like unauthorized sunset. The process by which Satan becomes just in Christian and Islamic mythology. Now, just that process of future episode of how the Bible. Yahweh and the Satan seem kind of chewy sometimes. It's clear that this mythology, the Satan certainly operates on behalf of Yahweh, displaying over to him of later Christian and Islamic mythology. The last group of hostile divine council members are also somehow tied to the beings described in Genesis as the Nephilim, or literally the fallen ones. These beings are members of the divine council who come to earth to mate with human women. They are led of giants, that is, kind of wiped out a few chapters later in the Great Flood. I say kind of wiped out because there are other biblical texts that make genealogical connections between these giants and characters like the Philistine Goliath. The Bible can't quite decide who and the giants are the Anakims, the spies, and Joshua. Of course, the Nephilim is a much bigger story in the first book of Enoch, a period of baptism. I think the Bible is generally uninterested in simply exploiting the presence of later kind of gigantic people. Perhaps larger mythology around the Nephilim was already understood or otherwise documented, and they didn't feel the need to flesh out the idea of the Nephilim. But the Nephilim just weren't
of these texts, was supportive of more esoteric mythology that didn't get much public discussion. It's hard to say, who knows? I think the dearth of information in the Hebrew Bible may also indicate that the later there is a continuation or archaic Israelite mythology in a likely development in the Persian period. Difficult to say anything with certainty. I'm sure and will circle them definitely in their leaders and Yaza at some point in the future. But what's important here is that their origin in the divine council and their only later robustly converted to demonic entities. Our last category seem to be supernatural in nature and are typically associated with the wilderness and naturally. Most of these are mentioned only in passing, sometimes only once, and they remain very mysterious. For instance, the Shadim have been associated with human sacrifice, but virtually nothing else is known about them in the Hebrew Bible. It appears that the term was included from Akkadian, where a Shedu is a lesser used term for a male version of Masu, or a protected deity, or a winged or a lion. How exactly a relatively positive being in Mesopotamian mythology becomes malevolent in Israelite mythology isn't quite clear. The demonization of outsider deities is pretty common move historically. The shift from I don't worship or even like your gods to your gods are actually evil isn't so difficult to imagine. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that the term shade or shadim in the plural goes on to become the standard Hebrew word for deep. We also have the Sedarim, literally the hairy ones that seems to come from the word for goat, which seem to have been ruined and the object of sacrifices. They're also associated with ones in the Hebrew Bible with grammatically a feminine form, and may have been possibly a night demoness. The mention here is only in passing. As the rebellious first wife of Adam responsible for crypt death is a much later development, made famous in the alphabet of Serach, a text composed in the period after the Babylonian Talmud. Although I will say that much to it well as personally connected in the very time of that entity, just don't see her specifically in the Hebrew Bible. There are also three mentions of Hazel in the book of Leviticus. Even if this is a being at this point in Israelite mythology, it is uncertain and I think even unlikely. Maz just means goat in Hebrew, but can also mean winged. So it's a pun referring to the desert where the goat would have been sent as a scapegoat. This term might also just mean something like the goat that is sent away, which is how the term is actually translated in the Septuagint. The two is also curious, contrasted with Yahweh in the same text. Though by the apocalyptic period, Azazel becomes fully demonized. It goes into Jewish, Christian, and especially in Islamic mythology. It's unlikely, however, that the writer has had such a notion in mind with the demonization process many centuries later. It's possible that the being Aluka, which also appears only once in the Bible and described verse, may be a reference to a vanished like entity. Word is feminine now, meaning one that sucks and can be declared as leech. Though in later Arabic mythology, a very similar term is used for a female like character like the Babylonian Arabian Nights. Though it's unclear if that association is taken at this period of Israelite mythology, the term only mentioned once in the entire Hebrew Bible. It's pretty clear any kind of version of whether this is a Israelite vampire. no demonic leader, clear organization being, and only in a couple of cases are associated with things like a modern concept of demonic possession. Also, if you're interested in the history of possession and exorcism in this period of Israelite religious thought, check out my episode on that topic with those from ancient Israel, all the ways that it elements of Kabbalah. As I mentioned earlier, it appears that such malevolent played a very minor role in Israelite mythology, and ideology more generally. Of course, that dramatically changed with the rise of apocalyptic Judaism in the Persian period, probably because of intense contact with both Hellenic and Persian cultures. Say that this Israelite position did persist in the Second Temple period, despite the rise of apocalyptic Judaism, with a group typically referred to as the Sadducees, who rejected the existence of angels and demons generally, along with the resurrection of the body and the idea of atonement and reward in the afterlife, maintaining a traditional Israelite concept of Sheol. In some sense, the Sadducees actually maintain a much more traditional, what you might use that word, traditional worldview of the Israelites. But with the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, this position seems to have basically gone extinct with the Sadducees as a group. But generally, things were here to stay, and I'm sure I'll be exploring those elements in future episodes. If you're interested in the history of angels and demons, or the academic study of topics in occultism, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, and we explore the arcane history of philosophy and religion.
I am Missy. How are you? Absolutely. I have seen a plasma ball, but in terms of like, have I been abducted or anything like that? No. That that's absolutely correct. That's great, and I have a lot to review, so that should be good. Yeah, I'll give you an overview of just what I'm thinking, and you certainly can make me aware of what your thoughts are. Just one moment. I see my camera is um, perhaps needs to be flipped. Let's see. So I have compiled some extensive notes on our discussions yesterday. So I'd like to start with an introduction of myself, who I am, what I do, a little of my background, and then I'd like to talk about why my project's important, uh, this continuous media history that I'm creating. I'd like to talk a little bit about some emerging technologies, hypothetical technologies that are of interest to me. And then I built some outlines on the discussions that we had yesterday for reference. Things like an Anunnaki overview, what Anunnaki in the Bible, things like perhaps the climate shed disclosure that talked about the ufology in the Bible, and just basically a chronological timeline of UFO related interpretations in the Bible. Some ideas on and uh, certainly why haven't we had UFO disclosure? Uh, some other aspects, perhaps. And you could say we might have several sessions, and I imagine we probably will need it with all that I have to. That's okay. Yeah, yeah. Within YouTube, you might click on the name, and then it's added moderator. And then you also have interest in sacred space program. So, um, most certainly. Absolutely. Okay, not on the three dots, essentially, but on the person's name. So it looks like we have you had. Okay, and you're on tablet. We see the chat. We see the chat here. Anchor Haven at 8:37 my time said hi everyone, and then you wrote there. Hey Julia, how do I make it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. So I'm sure we're not going to be able to get to everything, so we may obviously need to plan another session after. And we can, but I'm going to just go through as much as possible. And then if any, I I have as long as we need today. Okay, most certainly. I'll help you. Well, thank God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you, Missy, and to be with your audience. You're absolutely right. I am Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild. I'm an Orthodox rabbi. I'm additionally a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Moreover, I'm a futurist. My work focuses on the intersection of spirituality, technology, and humanity's long-term future. I've been an active participant in both modern Orthodox and Hasidic Jewish communities, including Chabad, for many years, while exploring how the principles of postmodern Orthodox Judaism may help bridge traditional Jewish thought with contemporary technological, social, and global challenges. I became an Orthodox Jewish rabbi in 2021, a process traditionally known as smicha, or laying on of hands, following years of immense and immersive religious study and practice, including daily synagogue attendance, extensive learning with multiple rabbis, Chumash or Torah study, Daf Yomi or daily Talmud study, Gemara classes, additional Talmud study, and an ongoing study of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic, Ladino, along with traditional Karusa, which is art study learning. Rather than pursuing a traditional congregational or academic rabbinical career, I chose to develop an alternative model of pastoral outreach and public engagement through digital media. For nearly 5 years, I've maintained a 24/7, 365 multi-stream YouTube project that is dedicated to promoting world peace, transparency, and human connection. This initiative has been described as analogous to a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother. It documents my daily life in an effort to encourage dialogue, understanding, and global community building. Through this project, I've created an openly accessible digital blend and time capsule of human life dating back to the pandemic era. I maintain, in addition, a continuously operating radio broadcast in the background of my live streams to preserve and document the global news cycle in real time. In a previous era, the form of documentation, or this form of documentation, may have been taken the form of a uh, diary keeping or journalism, but in the modern age, I use continuous video archiving to preserve both my personal experiences and historical events so that future generations may study them from a historical, biological, sociological, and technological perspective. My work explores how concepts associated with postmodern Orthodox Judaism can contribute to contemporary conversations surrounding technology, digital identity, ethics, artificial intelligence, and humanity's collective future. I frequently discuss futurism, world peace initiatives, emerging technologies, and sustainable solutions to global challenges. I also examine the long-term trajectory of human civilization, including ethical, social, and philosophical implications of humanity's potential transition toward a transhumanist future. My work seeks to foster interdisciplinary conversations that bridge religion, technology, data preservation, and humanity's shared future, while encouraging thoughtful dialogue about building a more peaceful, sustainable, and interconnected world. And I do have a spiel that I give really my breakdown of what I do. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a king, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm kind of king of the internet. My streams are the largest human time capsule in global history. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken control as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, Missy, and your audience and your friends and family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land. I love to talk about some topics, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial neurointelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space tourism, space travel, interstellar communications, terraforming of other planets, perhaps things like cryptocurrency and quantum computing, things like Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators that one might have seen in Star Trek years past. Things like de-extinction. Many people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. It happened in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean Fox, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Biosciences. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the golden mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm excited to be able to archive it. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Moreover, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, as well as the dodo bird, which I just think is, at one time in my life, I would have thought was science fiction, but it's becoming science fiction. Moreover, I like to talk about things that improve people individually. So for anyone out there, I want to preface this by saying, if you don't want this type of technology, I don't think it should be forced on you. I think it's your body, your choice to make the decision that you want. But for those of us who are interested, I want to give them through my stream and through the monetization of it, the resources to be able to live longer. Most of the audience probably has an average life expectancy of when they were born or age 80. And I'd like to increase that if they want to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, growth hormones, stem cells, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, nootropics, peptides, red light therapy, blood transfusions, testosterone replacement therapy, whatever people want to be able to extend their life, to be able to move into a future of perhaps being able to utilize age reversal techniques. And eventually, if they want, perhaps at age 120 or older, they may say, Rabbi, my life has been really amazing, and everything that we talked about with Missy in 2026 seems like science fiction, but it's become science fact. But my body's starting to break down. What are the next plans? And this is, again, with your consent, with people's consent. If they want, they may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you in the audience is that there may be a future in a generation or two of some type of immortality, or at least digital immortality. And I find that to be of extreme excitement. We're really transitioning from your typical Homo sapien that has limited lifespan into at least a being that is able to extend its lifespan and may be able to prevent death indefinitely or delay death indefinitely. Moreover, other types of technologies may be utilized, like revivification technology, where we can actually bring back people who have once died, which certainly would be an adaptation that wasn't previously utilized by Homo sapiens. And really, I think that the sky is the limit in terms of where we're moving into the future as humanity. So, with that, that's a little introduction about me. Um, that's most certainly, yes. So I had plans to move to Israel around the pandemic, and then of course the pandemic limited some major travel opportunities, and then to conflict there, um, not necessarily the safest of places. So I make the United States my home, with perhaps a future of living abroad. In terms of how I got started with this, I was your traditional black hat, Orthodox Jew, attending synagogue every single day, multiple times a day, for years, prior to the pandemic. And it was during the pandemic when my position as a certified project management professional went for remote. And I had to shift a little bit from going into work every day, commute within Southern California, the daily grind, to be able to be at my computer here with this remote role. And I found that much of my the classes I was taking and even some events that we were having in my religious life also went remote. So I had gone from really having no digital presence, no social media presence, to being on camera anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day. And that reduced my anxiety in terms of, I would say, live streaming my life. And I was already doing it for half of my day. And I recognized that it would be interesting to be able to archive those videos in some way. But it would be a transition, of course, of a few months in 2021 during the pandemic, when after work I would hit golf balls in Anaheim, California at Tiger Woods' golf course. And I would be on the driving range and I would make little jokes to myself about if I hooked the ball, or sliced the ball, or topped the ball, while archiving my golf swing, because I really wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And I recognized that some of these videos that I was making were kind of funny, and that my future family, God willing, someday may eventually want to perhaps see what their dear old dad was like before they were a gleam in my eye. So I would upload the content every single night after work, and it was taking me a long time. I would get throttled by ISPs, and I had to have multiple devices. It was just very cumbersome. And in fall of 2021, I thought to myself, you know what? If I'm going to continue to be on camera so much, it's kind of a waste that it just streams and it doesn't archive anywhere. No one can learn anything from them, or generally it's more difficult. I want people to be able to study it in the future. And I had seen the movie The Truman Show, and I had seen the show Big Brother, thought, well, wouldn't it be interesting if I just kind of became one of those characters, basically who live streams their life? And in fall of 2021, I created my first YouTube account, my first Twitch account, and began to link them. And as I was live streaming my life from one device originally, or maybe just a couple of devices, I thought, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it before. So I bought 33 different devices, everything from laptops to iPhones to Android devices, certainly Chromebooks and tablets. I put them around myself in 360 degrees, and that's basically how it started. That are viral, I don't know if I necessarily mean one channel that's viral. I do have some channels that have uh, tens of thousands of followers on Twitch. My channel Viral Rabbi has tens of thousands. But for reasons like archived that channel for posterity, and I archived many of our channels. And the reason why is because if I'm ever streaming, anybody who knows the streaming world, you can get strikes or perhaps copyright infringement. So I do have a radio going in the background, and if it plays a song that is copyrighted, I can run into the issue where I can lose the channel. So every 6 months or so, I create brand new accounts and archive them. In terms of my social media, I have more social media than any person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I want to be uncancelable. I want redundant streams. So every yeah, usually it's just Rabbi Rothschild and then some numbers after it. So 001, 002, 003. So there's some rhyme to the reasoning, but really the easiest way to find it is just to type viral rabbi or hashtag viral rabbi in any search engine, and all of my content. That's okay. I use that as well. The reason why I use viral rabbi is sometimes Rabbi Rothschild is 15 characters, and some platforms limit characters that we can have. So viral rabbi is a little bit shorter, and that allows me to have that hashtag more visible. Moreover, I have over 5,000 user accounts and 10,000 accounts. So this is really a huge compilation of human data. In terms of the question, where are my biggest channels that I have like nearly 50,000 on Underground Rabbi on Twitch. I have something like 10,000 on Instagram. I have some other smaller platforms that have tens of thousands, like Nemo TV. But really, the biggest channels that I have thousands on TikTok. But what makes me different than other streamers is I have multiple accounts. So I might have 50 TikTok accounts that have over 1,000 people, which gives me the ability to be able to archive much of my data on different platforms and really just do my best to keep them canceled. It's very easy to cancel someone if they make one account. So it would take a very proven, very determined individual or group of people to be able to wipe my presence clean from the internet, which is what I want. I want this to be something that is redundant, that has backups of my backups, so that all of the data, when I go viral, is eventually able to be discovered. Sure, your email was in your Spotify profile for the channel, and I was looking at people who were interested in common causes as I am, and I found your email and sent you an email all the time. Absolutely. So one uh, 1 year prior to the launch of OpenAI, I have archived on YouTube and other platforms. But I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2022, and a user when it launched on the 30th, 2022. So I've been able to see the development of ChatGPT and Grok and and Gemini, and they all have unique traits, I would say, in terms, and they change. So that's unfortunate. Most certainly. I would say that I am somewhat biased for ChatGPT just because it's the one that I've been using the most. However, in terms of the image creation, I do like Gemini because Gemini gives you, I think, like maybe 30 credits a day to be able to create images when ChatGPT, I think, gives you like three, something like that. So, whatever one of the platforms gives me the most amount of free opportunities, I generally utilize them. One thing that I do too, I write a blog. It's rabbirothschild.media.com. What's unique about my blog is whenever I have an idea on which I want to write, I take the idea, I write it, and then I put it through ChatGPT or Grok or any of the other uh, AI engines, and then I will take the result and put it into another AI engine and ask the other AI engine to compare it from a logical soundness standpoint. And it will tell me wherever I have perhaps a weakness in an argument or where I can certainly strengthen an element in the writing. And then I will go back and revise. And so I'm really proud of the writing that I have published because not only do I think that it is small and benefit, but multiple engines of AI do as well. Yeah. So how can one person manage opportunities? It's an excellent question. I keep I keep a large spreadsheet that has much of the information of what channel is managing what device is managing what. So that's probably the easiest way that I am able to um, individual channels. Additionally, I multi-stream on my devices, which I think makes it a little easier because then generally I only have to log into one main account and the streams are multi-streamed to different platforms. So just to give the audience an idea, on something like there's a platform known as Rumble Studio that allows for free multi-stream, which I think is great. And I advise if you're an influencer, you should multi-stream. Why waste your time on just YouTube or just Twitch or just Kick or just Rumble when you could be utilizing all of those audiences at the same time and basically compounding your influence? And so I use Rumble Studio to live stream simultaneously from YouTube and Facebook and Kick and Twitch and simply Rumble itself. So each one of my devices is compounding the amount of data that I'm creating, but I generally only have to log in with one account and remember the credentials for that one account. But it does get complicated, and I do have some channels that I just completely forgot how to log in, and I don't know. If basically, one day I hope to be in the good graces of a company like Google or um, Twitch or TikTok or whatever it would be to be able to get some of them. But if not, then they're just archives for humans to be able to study in the future. In terms of monetization, I do not recommend the process that I have gone for monetization. The best way to do it is to have one account per platform and to read the terms and conditions beforehand. Um, that's really important as well to know what you can do on different platforms and to know what the expectations are to be monetized on each. So perhaps like on YouTube, you get a certain amount of subscribers. You may need perhaps a certain number of watch hours. You may need to have established in something like Kick. There's a Kick Creator program that can pay you a certain dollar amount per hour for you to be able to stream, but you have to stream a certain amount every 30 days or so. In terms of Twitch, it's a similar program that they have. I personally think Rumble has a great program where you start earning the minute that you start streaming on that. I think it's really cool. The idea is that if you create a Rumble account, start streaming, you'll make a few cents. I'm not saying that it's enough to retire, but it's nice to see that your account is, well, you don't look at it and it's got $20 in it. And if you have enough accounts, you might, just off of that, will be able to do whatever it is you may wish with that money. At least from my perspective and the monetization. I don't really worry about the money. I don't worry about the amount of views that I get, as I am in so many different platforms with so many different accounts that it's hard for me to just focus on. When I first started, of course, I just had one account on each platform. But again, you'll find that, like in a case like mine, I may fall asleep during the stream because I do sleep on stream. And when that occurs, yeah, yeah, I mean, the term pimp is something that's just like a funny, cool individual. And I am live on 24 different streams, 24/7 on multiple different streams. I could have said a cool person, or I could have said a neat guy, or whatever. But traditionally, the term pimp is just somebody who people like to be around, and I give kind of a fictitious one at the beginning that I'm a cool individual. You're going to like what I do. In terms of most certainly, and as we have discussed offline, I'll help you in any way that I can. In terms of the different requirements to be able to monetize on the different platforms, it absolutely does change. When I first started YouTube, we did 1,000 followers, 4,000 watch hours. Then that increased to something like 10,000. And up the requirements. And so it's a good idea to get in as early as you can because generally the requirements to be monetized lessen, they become strict. And if you are looking to be an influencer just to make money, I don't know if it's the best idea unless you already have a large community. I can tell you, at least on Discord, I have about 3,000 people in my Discord, and these are people who are quite loyal to me. Some of whom spend 24 hours a day with me. They live stream their lives alongside of me, and that's what gives me joy when people come in and connect with me directly. I'd much rather have that than just a random comment on one of my numerous videos or one of my channels. So I invite anybody who wants to connect with me 24 hours a day. Join my Discord, discord.me/invite. You'll be part of a community of thousands of people, real people. We watch movies together. We play games together, sports together. This is a place for people who need pastoral advice or employment advice or relationship advice and come 24 hours a day. So in terms of the monetization aspect, not that important to me. In fact, it's not really at all important to me at this point. I know that the monetization of my channels will be immense in the future. If you don't mind, do you mind if I expand on it? I plan on monetizing this channel. How do you want to define that? At one point, about 13 years ago or so, I saw a plasma ball. If you're familiar, there was a plasma ball that occurred in okay, excellent. That occurred not just in the United States, but globally. And so I did see a plasma ball that I was driving my car. It was in the United States, and it was about, it was in the evening, about close to sunset, but not yet sunset. I knew where the sun was. So it definitely was the sun. And basically, something the size of a beach ball or so flew over my car about 50 people or so. It was bright orange, and I was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and it was in the United States. I don't want to say the exact location. And it flew over my car, and I felt this intense intelligence from it. That there was like it felt not artificial. Well, I should say it didn't feel man-made. It felt intelligent. Like you could almost communicate with it. So I did not. It flew. It was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and I was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and went into a suburban area. And I remember thinking, my whole life I wanted to see something, a UFO, an alien of some sort. I never had that opportunity, but I did see this, and so it resonated. And I ended up looking up information on this and found that this was a huge phenomenon that was happening across the world at that time, and it still happens. And I've seen these plasma balls create crop circles, and I've seen them being chased by black helicopters. So I really thought that that was really interesting. In terms of an abduction, to my knowledge, I've never been abducted. In terms of any kind of paranormal, ghosts and that kind of stuff, I don't recall ever having that kind of an experience. So I have seen a plasma ball, and it most certainly is. And so I invite your audience, if they have had this type of experience, to go to the New Farm to create a case. Um, Even if it's a decade later, it's important that this type of information is archived for future generations. And so I do have a regret that I didn't create a case right away. It took me a little while to be able to create a case, but I ended up eventually creating a case, and did my best to uh, provide as much information as possible. It was orange, about the size of a beach ball. It was almost like it was on fire, and it was completely silent. And the only one that I've ever seen, but that was certainly an interesting experience that I had. Yes, I did. Would you like to have that discussion now? Most certainly. So I did have a chance to see Disclosure Day, and for anyone who hasn't seen it, I would just give the um, spoiler alert because we probably are going to talk about some things that were within the movie that are important for you. So I personally had a great amount of excitement for this movie. Um, Excellent. And so having the opportunity, we have Steven Spielberg having a huge press tour in terms of it, and having a leading lady like Emily. I thought this was going to be a major event, and it left me, frankly, somewhat disappointed. And for anyone out there, just to give an idea of what it's about, it stars Emily. It's it explores what happens when proof of extraterrestrial life becomes public knowledge. It centers on a cybersecurity whistleblower exposing classified alien-related files, and meteorologist is by who begins experiencing unexplained phenomena and telepathic language. Both characters are linked by a hidden history of alien contact and government suppression. Uh, I felt that this movie had a really great opportunity to blow the doors off the alien subject, and it just left me with a solid. A basic story overview: there's a major corporation that is revealed to have hidden evidence of alien encounters for decades. There's a data breach that exposes classified files tied to UFO events dating back to Roswell. Uh, Basically, the two main characters discover they were involved in childhood abductions connected to a larger extraterrestrial experiment. A whistleblower group helps them uncover suppressed memories and alien communication. They eventually broadcast global evidence of alien contact to the world, and the film ends with a single transmitted alien message interpreted as listen. And I don't know what you thought, but to to me, it seems like there's going to be a disclosure day too, just based on that. There was a huge, huge opening. There's a huge opportunity here, which somewhat disappointing to me because I wanted to get to the bottom of it. Overall, I found the movie to be quite boring, uh, honestly, and somewhat unrealistic in many ways. But I understand it is Hollywood. I found as well that there were some interesting aspects of the discussion of Lyndon Johnson at Homestead, military Homestead base in Florida with Jackie Gleason to be an interesting topic. And the video that they reported of having the Roswell alien crash bodies and the case Pennsylvania to be quite interesting. And to me, overall, Disclosure Day does help the disclosure movement because it does make the topic more mainstream. And I just thought there could have been so much more. To them. Oh, excellent. Okay, great. So I have heard some people who have enjoyed it. I've heard people who have not. The idea of the car chase with the on the train and everything, yes, absolutely is a Hollywood creation, which I do understand. So the part that you really liked, we might have kind of had opposite opinions. I found the end to be much better. So the ending, right? Yes, yes. It was. So one time I was a major skeptic of the UFO phenomenon. I would debate people publicly that this is bunk, that this is fringe theory, this is not scientific. And I will be the first to admit I was wrong. And it takes a strong person to admit that they're wrong on the topic. I was absolutely wrong. The thing that connected with me or resonated with me really convinced me that the UFO phenomenon is real and that they are here was the Disclosure Project with Dr. Stephen Greer that I first saw around 2008 or 2009. And if those not familiar, the Disclosure Project was an event at the National Press Corps on May 9th, 2001, where Dr. Stephen Greer, who was an emergency room physician, uh, brought in a dozen or so whistleblowers from all aspects of military intelligence, international experts, people within NASA, and they had real data that for the first time in my life that was able to convince me that this was more of a phenomenon than I had even um, than I had once perceived. It was the first time that it was one whistleblower after another after another, as opposed to most UFO documentaries that I had seen, which were just someone who was shadowy background, and you couldn't really, they distorted their voices and things like that. It was not this at all. This was people who had been credentialed by the highest levels of the government, and the FAA, NASA, certainly within military intelligence, and they had real data. FAA readings. They had whistleblowers who talk about NASA um, photoshopping or airbrushing these crafts in publicly available photos, and that was a groundbreaking event in my life that caused me to then really dig into Bob Lazar, Area 51, S4, Element 115, Pentium, Moscovium, whatever you want to call it. The, I'd been close. I had not been to the Little Inn or anything. Oh, okay. There you go. People ask me this. I don't really watch my streams that much. I just check them from a quality assurance perspective to make sure they're archiving. But it's so much that I have to be able to go through. It's literally nearly 5 years of 24/7 continuous streaming. I do want to preface by saying every 12 hours, generally, I stop my streams and restart them so that they're archived on YouTube. So for anyone out there who it'll be a group effort, certainly. But there will be people who will be able to watch huge amounts of my streams and see if we do catch any type of paranormal activity or any kind of interesting aspects. And what's also interesting is I'm streaming from different angles, so that usually isn't done within many. We don't have multiple angles usually with paranormal. No, I stream outdoors. I stream as far north as Santa Fe, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the Desert Mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, Disney, really everywhere within Southern California. Um, and I find it easiest though to stream inside because that's where the Wi-Fi is the strongest, and I can't carry 33 different devices with me from a practicality standpoint, but also um, I just don't have that much data that would be able to. So I do have far more IRL stream content that probably most people have in their entire life on camera, but most of my streams are inside and generally where I have the strongest wireless. Most certainly. So let's talk about. I'm going to make sure that we have addressed the topic of the monetization, and then I'll get into that. Is that okay? Excellent. So within what I do, this continuous digital human historical media engine, feel that it could be the biggest event in global history. And I say that because I cover so many different topics, including alien disclosure. And there's a really important aspect of being able to monetize this as a live broadcast layer, the real-time attention capture. There's a massive archival layer. There's the viral distribution layer, a monetization layer with ads, sponsorships, subscriptions, and stuff, the potential AI training layer, and a cultural timeline. So for anyone out there who may doubt that this has the opportunity to make not only me, but the audience extremely wealthy because I want to help everybody with that. I did want to ensure that there are a lot of ways that we would be able to make money on this. In terms of the discussion we have with DOMs and alien abductions and such, um, so at least my understanding of with the alien abduction phenomenon, um, really, we have some major cases that I still to study. Australian phenomenon. Every single night. Yeah, yeah, 100%. I've called into the coast to coast multiple times to share just predictions and things like that. Yeah, so anybody who is a coast to coast fan, every single night for 7 hours a night, I listen to Coast to Coast days on KFI AM 640 Los Angeles. There is a 4 hour show, then they replay the show for another 3 hours before the next broadcast. So uh, you don't have to necessarily, if you don't want, subscribe to the Coast subscription because you can listen to every show on my streams. I'm a huge Coast to Coast fan. I used to be afraid of Coast to Coast AM um, just when I was a little kid because it seemed really scary and they would talk about things that maybe weren't so focused on children. But as I got older, I would listen to Art Bell and some of his archive, and then of course George Laurie, and get really excited about this was a place where people could be able to connect, share their stories, share their experiences, and I found this to be very scientific for everyone out there. I mean, we're talking about advanced propulsion and advanced particle physics, advanced matter, really things that many people would be scientific, but just because it's not always the most mainstream discussion, people have some doubts about. But in terms of the coast to coast realm, I'm a coastie. I love it. Listen to it every night. In terms of the alien abduction phenomenon, I find these cases to be of extreme interest because this is where we are able to derive a lot of our understanding of first-hand encounters with aliens. And so to just go through a few events that I have found interesting, there's of course the Antonio Diaz Coas case from October 15th, 1957, near Sao Francisco de Sales in Brazil. And the background is Coas was a 23-year-old farmer. He was working late at night on fields in his family's farm. And because of the summer heat, he was working late into the sunset. He noticed what appeared to be a bright red star. The object seemed unusually bright and appeared to move toward him. As it approached, he realized it was not a star. The object descended toward the field. He described the craft as egg-shaped, metallic in appearance, rested on two legs, rotated, had a rotating red light on top, emitted a bright glow. The capture was, he tried to flee them, flee from his tractor. Four humanoid beings emerged. They chased him through the field. They physically grabbed him and carried him forward. His description of the beings, they were roughly 5 feet tall, they had gray coveralls, helmet-like headgear, blue eyes, no understandable speech. They communicated through barking, growling sounds, which is different than some of the other cases that we have, which I always find to be interesting. I always find the inside of the crafts to be just extremely exciting. This craft had metallic corridors, strange red symbols on the walls, a strong chemical odor, bright lighting without visible light fixtures, and medical examination is pretty commonly. His clothing was removed, blood was drawn from his chin, his entire body was inspected. There were strange instruments used, and then this has always been mind-blowing to me. Seeing humanoid approached him. Uh, there was an encounter. Gas was released into the room. He interpreted this female to be attractive. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, high cheekbones, large cat-like eyes. Um, I also heard interpretations that this was just how he interpreted the being, that the being could have been an species as well. He claimed that they engaged in sexual intercourse. The female afterward pointed to her captain, to him, and then to the sky, which he believed was indicating she would bear a hybrid child. He was later released to the field several hours later. The craft descended rapidly, and he disappeared into the night sky. Of historical importance, this is often considered the first modern human abduction case, and it introduced the reproductive themes later in other abduction cases. Of course, there's the Betty and Barney Hill case, September 19th to 20th, 1961, in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. The background is that Betty and Barney Hill were a married couple returning for vacation in Canada. Something that's unique about them in this case is that they were an information couple. When interracial couples were not considered to be men. They were driving in rural New Hampshire at night. Initial sighting was that Betty noticed a bright light. It appeared to move independently of the stars. The object followed their vehicle. At a close encounter, Barty stopped the car. He viewed the object through binoculars, and he claimed he saw a large disc-shaped craft, rows of windows, humanoid figures directly at him. One figure appeared to be looking. There was missing. If they returned home much later than expected, approximately 2 hours went on before their watches stopped working. Betty's dress was damaged, Barney's shoes were unusually cut, and they were not recalled. Years later, they both underwent hypnosis. They described the beings as having large eyes, gray skin, hairless heads, thin noses, small mouths, and uniform-like clothing. Aboard the craft, Betty's account, she was escorted through corridors. She met a leader figure. She was placed on an examination table. Her hair sample was taken, skin sample was taken. A needle was inserted into her abdomen. Barney's account was that he was separated from Betty, subjected to medical examination, body measurements recorded, a like device was placed on his body, and then there was a star map. Betty claimed that she was shown a three-dimensional star chart. She later drew the map from memory. Some UFO researchers associated it with the Zeta system. We'll talk about the Zetas in a little bit if we have the opportunity. There was historical importance. This created the modern gray alien archetype, and it became template for most later abduction reports. Other things that I always find to be interesting about this case were that the aliens, Betty's dress allegedly, that they weren't able to figure out something that simply was a zipper. That Barney's shoes were stuck on the tops of the shoes, which meant that he was incredibly dragged, and that um, they were very scared thereafter. They never made a huge amount. And most of the alien abductees or people who had some type of anomalous encounter do not make a lot of money like this. There isn't a lot of reason to want to be someone who considers yourself to be connected to these types of phenomena because there's a lot of ridicule for when this occurs. And I should have prefaced all of this discussion by saying I don't know if any of this is true. All of this is alleged. This is the history of the alien abductions. Yes, I do, and I have for some years. Yep, we'll get in. We'll get into that in just a moment. And as for David Paulides, I think he's doing a really great job trying to get to the bottom of what's going on in national parks. I don't know, frankly, but there are some amazing stories that he has of disappearances, and we do know in the coming stories a few moments um, of some people who have been affected within heavily forested areas, and it most certainly could be this. That would be a really great opportunity for people to be abducted. It provides my lab provides um, or a national forest or no. I agree. No, consent is very important in this. I don't agree that somebody should be taken ever against them. No, what I'm saying is that a military abduction, it, would, it's much easier to do when he's in a rural environment than it is in urban environment. Exactly. Yes, I'm in agreement with you, and so I'm glad that you're enlightened on this subject. Um, if you really think about how vast the universe could be, any kind of alien that you can imagine probably exists in one form or another. And so, of course, like every being could exist. We have heard in the on the subject, there may be some type of connection between UFOs and what one person may consider to be a Bigfoot, like a great ape, could be extra-dimensional, could be interdimensional, I should say, or extraterrestrial. So, with the idea that shapeshifting may be a reality, and you can shapeshift into anything that you want, including a reptile or an alien gray, the idea of a Bigfoot like Chewbacca, not that strange. So I'm not someone who thinks that Bigfoot is necessarily all a hoax. I do have questions like why don't we find dead ones and how do they reproduce and why don't we ever really get really great film on the matter? Like yes, that's that's right. And I've heard discussions whether these are true or not. I don't know, but the comparison given is one of the top five most viewed groups in global history. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But you're absolutely right. It is, if it's not top five, it is one of the most persistent ideas in terms of the Bigfoot phenomenon. And to this day, hasn't fully been uh, uh, clarified as to exactly what occurred then. There have been discussions, oh, there were death by concussions, there perhaps was some malfeasance going on, but overall, it's the best evidence that we have that occurred in Northern California decades ago. I'd like something more recent. I think especially with the advent of trail cams that are basically motion sensor detection devices, I would expect that we should be able to have better evidence of Bigfoot. And I don't have the answer as to why. Well, I don't know if I'm the best person to say which one is broken down the best because I haven't seen them. And I'm more of an advocate of documentaries in terms of the alien phenomenon because a lot of Hollywood can take um, make some connections that aren't always there. However, for anyone who hasn't seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I feel that that's one of the classics and really most and E.T. E.T. to me brought the idea of the phrase extraterrestrial into the mainstream within the mid 1980s and the nostalgia that I have for that. I think Independence Day really put aliens as a blockbuster event that it was just such a huge budget and huge summer release that it was one of those movies that forced everybody to see it. And I don't know if Disclosure Day has had. The movie industry has changed since in the last 30 years or so in terms of what gets people excited. But those are some probably more conventional, more mainstream big movies that I think uh, bring the idea of disclosure in multiple ways with um, Close Encounters, with the idea of the different connections that one can have extraterrestrial with ET and actually having a personal relationship with aliens in a way that we hadn't really previously seen in a big way. And then Independence Day, where we have these crafts over every major American city. And we're starting to see every single television channel focused on this phenomenon. Those are some of the Absolutely. It good question. That's correct. So in terms of the idea of teaching code, um, if I may reference Klein Michelle, absolutely. So for anyone who doesn't know who Klein Michelle was, his revelation, uh, he had an event that occurred in 2020 regarding extraterrestrial life, a purported galactic federation, and the alleged cooperation between extraterrestrials and the United States. So his claims received worldwide media attention because he was of his senior career in Israeli defense and space programs. While none of this can necessarily be proven, what he added to the disclosure topic is quite interesting and specifically involves Mars. And when you were talking about Elon Musk, it's prudent to be able to bring it up now. So basically, Chaim was the former head of Israel's space security program. He served for decades with the Israeli defense-related space activities. He was a retired major general equivalent in the Israeli defense circles. He received numerous Israeli security awards, and he became international the statements. Why this story became famous in terms of disclosure, in interviews promoting a book, he stated that extraterrestrials exist, a galactic federation exists, the United States knows about extraterrestrials, Israel has interacted with extraterrestrials, humanity is not yet ready for open disclosure, secret underground facilities involving humans and extraterrestrials. These claims were widely reported internationally, though there's no documentation accompanying just these statements. There were no government confirmed allegations, and of course this remains unverified. But basically, his career from 1981 to 2011, he directed the Israeli military space program, was one of he oversaw satellite-related activities. He was involved in national security space projects, and he became one of Israel's most senior space security officials. In December 2020 is when all the international attention occurred. The story spread globally after publication of interviews discussing his claims. News outlets worldwide reported his story. The interest surged in UFOs and disclosure communities. Mainstream media covered the allegations because of his credentials. What he talked about, and I found this to be of extreme interest, was the Galactic Federation. He claimed that there was a galactic federation that exists, that multiple extraterrestrial civilizations belong to it. Humanity is being observed, contact is limited because humanity is not ready. The alleged purpose is to prevent premature disclosure, according to his narrative, to monitor humanity and civilization. Now, in terms of the United States connection, he states that there was cooperation, that the U.S. government knows extraterrestrials exist, that certain information remains classified, and this contact has occurred for many years. He stated that President Trump, uh, who was then president at that time, and president again, uh, he was aware of certain information, and that perhaps disclosure efforts within the administration had been considered. His Mars claim was that there was an underground Mars base. This was one of his most discussed statements. He claimed that there's a joint underground facility that exists on Mars. Humans and extraterrestrials allegedly cooperate with it, and scientific activities occur at that facility. He stated that humanity was not ready, that extraterrestrials do not want open disclosure yet. Humanity must develop further, and contact would eventually become public. The connection to the UFO disclosure movement is that basically his claims gave more government transparency, perhaps led people to investigate the issue more regarding UFOs or UAPs. In terms of uh, the reaction from the UFO community, some researchers argued that his career gave his statements unusual significance. Senior officials rarely make such claims publicly, and that the story deserved investigation. Of course, there were skeptics. Critics asked, where is the documentation? Where are the photographs? Where are the corroborating witnesses? Why has no government confirm the claims? These are excellent questions to be asked as well. This was a comparison, or the comparisons have been made to other disclosure figures like Paul Hellyer, Edgar Mitchell, David Grush. Paul Hellyer was a Canadian leader within the Canadian government. Edgar Mitchell was an Apollo astronaut. David Grush is a U.S. military whistleblower. So, right. So common themes within the narrative of the Galactic Federation that they are an interstellar organization, that there are multiple civilizations, and there's an oversight role. It's been described like a United Nations of space. There's controlled disclosure perhaps occurring that humanity is not ready, that this information will be released gradually, and secrecy is maintained. That this is basically known as soft disclosure. He described advanced technology from highly advanced civilizations who have been involved and interested in the long-term observation of Earth. His Mars operations, their secret facilities, human extraterrestrial cooperation. Really, this was just something that he wrote. There wasn't necessarily much evidence or really any evidence of it, but he certainly claimed that aliens exist. He claimed that the Galactic Federation exists. He claims that there is a Mars base, uh, but the government has not confirmed any of these claims, and no evidence has been produced. So, in terms of Nashad, if you have to remember anything about him, he was a highly placed Israeli space security official. In 2020, he publicly discussed extraterrestrials, the Galactic Federation, and the Mars facility, and these claims attracted worldwide attention but remain unverified and unsupported. With that being said, you brought up another point regarding humanity's development into a Type 1 civilization. Is that correct? Um, I'm certainly not a yeah. I'm certainly not an expert on on all aspects of these, these disclosures, but I do think that uh, he, he he helped to promote the disclosure effort, and the Three Eye Atlas. Um, as I understand, it's the third interstellar object discovered passing our solar system. He theorized that it had unusual anomalies, including its huge size, trajectory, uh, and uh, basically there was a huge amount of abundance of high deuterium and to hydrogen ratios. Um, and uh, as I understand now, by in the current time, the Three Eye Atlas is well beyond Jupiter. It's speeding away from the sun and back into interstellar space. Um, but even even without being able to prove what this was, I think Avilov helped to promote the disclosure topic by bringing in some new evidence of some type of anomaly and forcing people to take the subject more seriously. Also, so one thing that you had mentioned previously is developing from a type 1 civilization, type 0 civilization to type 1. And for those who don't know what we're referencing, this is the Kardashev scale. For those who don't know, Nick, this is developed by Nikolai Kardashev, who's a Russian astrophysicist who died in 2019, worked for the Russian Space Institute. He focused on radio astronomy and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. This the partial scale was first proposed in 1965 in the paper Transmission of Information by Extraterrestrial Civilizations civilizations. Um, so the idea of a type 1 civilization, which has been proposed here, not quite yet, is a planetary civilization. It uses all energy available on its home planet. It's able to control climate systems, its oceans, the planetary energy grid, and humanity today is estimated to be about zero point 0.7. That's Carl Sagan, who said that decades ago, and I still don't know if we're there yet. There's a type 2, which is a stellar civilization. It uses energy from its entire star, possibly megastructures like a Dyson swarm or Dyson sphere, and we are most likely far from this level. That may be millennia, tens of millennia in the future. And then the galactic civilization, which is a type 3, harnesses the energy of its entire galaxy. It's able to control billions of star systems, and we're not remotely close. There, the Carter scale has had some speculative add-ons for anyone who is interested. There's a type 4, a supergalactic civilization. It uses energy across multiple galaxies. It may manipulate galactic clusters very and allows civilization spans enormous distances. There's Type 5, which is a multiverse civilization, operates across multiple universes, requires physics beyond science, and has access to parallel universes or space-time domains. There's Type 6, universe creating civilization. It can create entire universes, physical laws, and reality engineering. And then Type 7, another reality civilization that exists beyond physical reality itself. It controls all possible universes, that's mathematical realities, and it's often described as a godlike intelligence and speculative philosophy. And these are speculative, the only ones that Hardshell developed are the first three. Now, in terms of where we see humanity, it's been estimated that we're at 0.7. Don't know if we're quite yet there. I've heard hypotheses that state that humans need peace on Earth before we will be off of the opportunity of the galactic table of the Galactic Federation. And I see this to be an inevitability if we don't destroy the Earth, that peace is inevitable if given enough time. And the reason why I say that is we study civilizations on Earth of the past, when they would do exploring, they would need to have peace in the home country before they would have necessarily the ability to have exploration teams, set up colonies and such. And the same is true on Earth. That we're not going to be able to dedicate energy and the materials and resources to space exploration if we are warring here on Earth. And well, so, certainly, and those are important discussions to have at a micro level. In terms of space exploration and such, those are macro ideas. So I'm saying before the year 3000, I think that trash will have some element of if we study the field of abductees, it's stated generally they're the abductors. Um, I, it, it, oh, there's a lot to unpack with that. The idea that we may have had some type of DNA alterations is consistent with what problems are was briefed on SQS. In his disclosure, his whistleblowing in the late 1980s, he stated that aliens treat Earth like a zoo or like a large experiment, a long-term experiment, and that human DNA has been altered at least 65 times, which is consistent with dead. And so we actually have some type of guided evolution as opposed to the traditional type of evolution that many times we believe in. This would explain some of the development